morning, everybody, and welcome to Darvanalee Designs. We're here for the Maker's Quest again this week for some craft and productivity sprints. I am going to be working on cross stitch again this week, and just making sure that I have got the right stream, because I have done that before in the past. That clicked on the wrong one, but I'm pretty sure that I do. So yeah, anyway, that's the problem when you schedule and you've got a lot of stuff. So my phone doesn't even want to play the game today. So yeah. Anyway, I have done that in the past where I've gone into the wrong thing and started the wrong stream. So yeah, but no, it looks like I've got the right one. Anyway, let's just double check that, because otherwise I'll have to, 9 a.m. That's the right one. Cool. Lucky for me. Anyway, just that moment of gone, because I was in there doing stuff and I'm like, oh crap, did I press on the wrong one? So anyway, we are here today to do some craft and productivity sprints for the Maker's Quest. This is the creation of Tallulah from Cherry Blossom Crafts UK, and also Dee Dee as well from Butterfly Crafts, I think it is. We are going to do a little bit of sprinting today. And hopefully we'll get some stuff done. I had a pretty good week last week. I got a fair bit done. I got a lot of border done, and I got three motifs done and started on a fourth one. So I'm hoping that we will get the same result this week. I'm still working on page 1 of the, sorry, I'm just doing all the checks in the background. I'm still working on page 1. And the item that I'm working on today is Humming of Bees by Blackbird Design. And I'm on page 1, which is just all this here that I'm doing right now. So I'm on this motif just here, which we'll see in a moment. I started this back when it came out. It was a stitch along that I was doing. Subsequently, I dropped out of the stitch along because life got busy and whatnot. Of course, I have it in my little project bag, which has bees on it as well, so very themed. And I'm currently working on 32 count even weave, and it is in the color sand, and it's hand dyed by me, but I will show you all that in just a moment when we move the camera. All right, let me just do some things in the background here. I've got messages coming in as soon as I go live. It's always the way. Let me know in the comments what you're working on today, because we love to see it and hear about it and all the things. So let me just get this and copy link. And I need to go and share it over in the Discord, because I don't think they realize that I am going live today. So it's probably better that I go over there and share it. Make sure that everybody is aware. There we go, the Crafters Emporium. I'm so late to the party that I sort of don't know what I'm doing. So yeah, is this all right? Cool. We are live for some crafting. So yeah, as I said, let me know in the comments, say hi, where you're watching from, what you're working on. We're going to hang out for about 5 hours today. So we're going to get a few sprints in. And yeah, so we'll go for about an hour. So you can see the timer up in the top corner. And what will happen is we will go quiet, and in that hour, we'll just hyper focus on our work, and then we'll come back, have a little bit of a break, bit of a chit chat, have a cookie, whatever you want to do, and all the things. And so hopefully we'll get a lot of crafting done. Now, after last week's one, which was on Thursday, and today it's on Tuesday, but next week it'll be on Thursday, and Thursday forevermore. It was just, this is the day that I had free this week, because I have other commitments going on. So yeah, so yeah, anyway, we've got that up in the Discord. People will get to see that, I'm sure. And yeah, let me just try another one. Go down to my bookish one. Oh, excuse me. I should have had all this done, but I had to get washing hung out. It was a priority. The washing was a priority. I had 2 basketfuls, so I didn't get any of this done. So yeah. But anyway, that's all I'm sharing today. So as I said, I'll be doing some cross stitch. But last week I started. I don't know if I shared it. I'm pretty sure I did. I started a new crochet project, and I'll just bring it up on my phone because that's the easiest way to do it. And it's called the Sunny Top. Unfortunately, I cannot remember the creator of it. Let me just have a look. So basically what I'm doing is making this butterfly top. Who's it by? I think it's Crochet is the creator. Let me just see if I can get that bit bigger. Yes, Crochet. They are an Italian designer. So yeah, and absolutely stunning little tops that they have has fast become my favorite designer. So if you remember, when was it? Last year, I think it was, or maybe the year before, I made a virus shawl. Well, this is a similar sort of thing. It's not a shawl, it's actually a top, but it has a similar sort of design to it. So same sort of stitches, go with what you know, right? But this one is like, it's got a batwing top. It's sort of my favorite style of tops. So yeah, so that is what it looks like. Hopefully it'll focus for you. There we go. So that's what it's going to look like. I'm doing mine in black. I had enough yarn here. The pattern, if you get it from Etsy, so it's Cla Crochet. So CLA Crochet is the designer, and it's called the Sunny Top. So SUNNY TOP. And so yeah, so their Etsy shop is called Cla Crochet Studio. Okay, and so you'll be able to get it there. You can also find them on TikTok and Instagram as well, under Cla Crochet. The pattern comes in Italian and English. You'll have to scroll a bit of the way through to find the English one. So it's essentially you're getting 2 patterns. So basically what I'm going to be doing is making 2 panels like that and then joining them together, and that creates a top. So yeah, so that is what I'm going to be doing as far as crochet goes. And no, that is still Italian. Where am I? English. There we go. And it is it's 6 round repeat. So there's 3 rows, and then I've got to repeat that 6 times for the body. And then this part of, so it's a similar sort of cut to this, except it'll go probably to about here. Instead, so it'll actually sit off my shoulder a bit better. I really like this style of top because it just sits nicely. It doesn't get around my neck. I hate things around my neck. So yeah, like I don't mind skivvies if it's like against my skin, but if it's like this and it's tickling, no. So I've got to do 6 rounds of that. So there's 3 and then by 6. And so I am doing it in Japua Lana Gato is the cotton yarn that I'm doing. I'm using cotton. And I had enough balls here. I actually have more than enough of this black. And I also have a cream. So I want to do 3 tops. Okay, so I'm essentially doing these for summer. If I get them all done this year, that's great. Kudos to me. But if I don't really care. So these, I'm just trying to use up the yarn that I've got. So these I've had for quite some time. A piece of cotton off it. So I have this nice, really cream sort of color. Just move it away from the light that's blowing it out. So this really nice cream color, and then I have this really nice light blue, and these are all cotton. So yeah, so I figured that I will utilize what I've got here to get rid of some of that, and that'll almost clean out that whole little cubby hole that I've got, because I've got like a small wall of yarn. So I am using I just done the chain, which was quite long. Let me just get my little doohickey here before I lose it. The chain was quite long, and then I did a single crochet. So it's got to go from wrist to wrist across. I've made it just slightly a bit bigger. But yeah, so because I've actually gone down from a 5 down to a 4.5 because it just sits nicer with a 4.5. So I made it a little bit wider. I don't mind if it's oversized for me because it's just to wear over my cozies and in summer and when I'm kayaking. So just to give me a little, like, yes, I know it's got holes in it and all the rest of it, but just to give me a little bit of protection along with my SPF and all that sort of stuff. So I have that all set up on this. This is brilliant. I got this off AliExpress. Absolutely brilliant. I haven't, the cats can't chase it. It just comes together and all the rest of it. So yeah, absolutely phenomenal. I absolutely love it. So yeah, that's exciting that I have that. I will drop a link underneath once the video is finished and all that sort of stuff. So yeah, so those that have joined late, I am working on this today. This is called Humming of the Bees by Blackbird Designs. I can't remember the size of it. It's a decent size. Once I move the and the inspiration for this design was this one here. This was done in it's 183 years old. This was back in 2022 because that's when I started this. And it was stitched by a 9-year-old girl and in Walsham, England. It is part of the Norfolk region. And yeah, so the Blackbird Designs had taken inspiration from this vintage sampler and the one that I'm working on is this. So that's what it looks like in its entirety without all the words on it. I am currently on this motif just here, and the stitch design size of this is 234 by 189. So it's 234 wide and 189 high. It was originally stitched on, the sample was stitched on 36 count Velt is the color that is used by Picture This Plus. Sample size is 13 inches by 10.5 inches, which 30 centimeters by 32 centimeters by 25, I think, maybe a bit more. Yeah, so 25, I think it is. 20 centimeters and 8 inches. Yeah, so sorry, first thing in the morning, math calculations from imperial to metric doesn't always work unless I got a calculator. But that's like, when you think about it, that's done by a 9-year-old girl. It's amazing, and it's held up considering it's 183 years old in 2022, so it's older now. So yeah, so the inspiration was taken from that. I have done a little bit of a conversion. The sampler, this sampler here was stitched by designed and stitched by Alma Allen from Blackbird Designs. So yeah, so I have done a little bit of a conversion, which I can't show you because it'll actually show you the chart. And it called for Classic Colorworks, Gentle Arts sampler threads, and Weeks Dye Works, which are all fancy threads. What we call fancy threads, or they're over dyed threads. So they have a little bit of light and dark to the thread, and it gives it a little bit of a which you can see quite easily on the sampler. And so on the cover, I don't know if it's going to show up very well, but you can see how there's some variation in the thread. Like if you look at the bird, the birds actually have like a light gray, and that's just one thread. So it has a little bit of variegation to it. And so, yeah, it gives it a little bit more interest, I guess. So, yeah, so that's what I'm working on. Let me just get to so right now I'm working on the motif that has the letter in it. So I've got to do the outside, and then I'll be doing the letter. So I'm hoping to get my end done today, and then we'll move on from there. So still working on page 1. I've still got a little bit to go on page 1. I've got a lot of the house to go, like a corner of the house to go as well. So that is all going to take a lot of time. So last week we worked out, because I don't have all the colors here. So last week we worked out what colors we were going to use. I'm going to kill my cats, I swear. They just broke another dish. They keep jumping up on the sink and knocking things off, the little shits. I'll have to go and check on that in the first sprint on that to make sure that it's not going to cut them. So, sorry, there's a helicopter going over. We've had quite a few going over. There must have been an accident somewhere because there have been all the life support ones going. So, yeah, I've had about 3 or 4 go over this morning. They're all heading that way. So, they must be out on one of the back highways. So, yeah, anyway, I have done conversion for this. So, I didn't have all the colors. So, basically, what I did is I went through the stash that I had and brought up the colors of what they look like. And then just got something in either Classic Colourworks, Weeks Dye Works, majority of Weeks Dye Works, and the general art samplers that I had here, and then did that. So mine's going to be slightly different from the sampler. These are only guideline. You can do whatever you want with your crochet and also cross stitch as well. So yeah. So basically my plan is to get page 1 finished in the next couple of weeks, and then I could move on to the next section. Now, I don't know if I'm going to be working on cross stitch every week, but for now, I'm just working on this cross stitch. It was out. It was easy. I've actually changed it out of the hoop into a Q-snap. So that is now going to make it a bit easier to work across. I'm pretty sure I have enough room in it for the to start the house and also the lower part of the bush on this. All right, so we'll be moving the camera in just a moment. I'll say hello to everybody in just a second. I'm also reading today. I have an arc to read, so I need to get this sorted by today. So I'm going to hopefully get this done today, and then I can do all the things that I need to do for that tomorrow. My sidekick Coda is working on the spreadsheet for Cookie. So that's getting done. And of course it's winter and my voice goes to old lady mode and gets really really croaky. So this is called Sylvia. It's a deliciously messy tale of love, self-discovery, and pasta-fueled emotional sabotage. So the main character in this is 42-year-old Italo-Australian workaholic who's nailed her career success but flunked personal fulfillment. Romance, she has ghosted it sometime after her divorce. So yeah, I think it's going to be funny. Like when I was growing up, a lot of my friends were Italian and they are a hoot. So I'm hoping that this is going to be a bit of a hoot too, especially when it comes around love, relationships, marriage, and all that sort of stuff. It can be a bit full on. So yeah. There's just, it's got nonnas in it. It's all sorts of stuff. I just really don't want to read too much of it because I just want to sort of have a fun time with it. So normally I sit down and immersively read these, but I've got it in Speechify because I also got the e-arc off NetGalley as well. So I can actually do it with this one. All the other ones that I've had to read with my eyeballs, except for one other one, I think. So, sorry, 2 other ones. So I sent a message and requested it, and then they sent a message saying that it was late. That's why we didn't have this one. So it got sent directly from the warehouse. So I don't know anything about the author or anything at this stage, but I do have an email with all that information in it. So at least then I can, when I do my review and everything, I can talk about it. So that's what I'm going to be listening to today. I try to have a book-free day, but I ended up doing that yesterday. So today I need to read that. All right, let's have a look and see who's joined us. Let us know if you're new here and where you're watching from and what you're working on. We always love to know where our friends are watching from. Jamie is here. Hello, Jamie. Welcome on in. I'm crocheting today, working on the Center Start Mandala blanket and listening to Purity by Jonathan Franzen. I have a mandala blanket too. I am so excited for Spotlight to be opening up because I wanted to get it's a big one and it's absolutely beautiful. And it's all in like light blues and all that sort of stuff, which won't go with my design, like the coloring of my house. I've got very much earth tones and stuff in my house. But I figured if I can get some earth tone colors, it'll look absolutely stunning on my couch. So I'm so excited that Spotlight is actually opening up here. And then I'll be able to go down and get the yarn, because I did price up the yarn online, but the shipping was as much as it was to buy the yarn. So I'm like, no, I won't. So now I have a Spotlight. For those that don't know what Spotlight is, it's like a big box store that has craft stuff like stamping, it's got homewares, it's got fabric, it's got soft furnishings, all that sort of stuff. Party supplies, plants, like artificial plants and all that sort of stuff. But they're opening here in Kingaroy. Slowly but surely, we've been watching it, and they have all the front all done now. So all the landscaping's been done. And the other day when I drove past, they were starting to put the shelving in. And Savannah's been watching. The interviews took place week before last, so they're getting close. Am I going to work there? No, because I'm far too busy for that. I'm helping over at the workshop and all that sort of stuff, because Brendan and I want to do a little bit of traveling in summer, and it'd be just rude to go and get a job. As much as I would love it, I feel like my whole wage would just go back to the mean craft supplies, right? So maybe not, but I'm excited to do my mandala. That it looks absolutely stunning. And I want to give it a go. So I'll probably make a ton of mistakes, but I don't care. It's all learning, right? Because I'm a little fledgling crochet person, just fledgling, just starting. I've done some granny squares, which is not here, with a little daisy in it. I have started a scarf, which is not here either. I don't have any of my crochet stuff out here at the moment, and which I'm still working on. And this top that I've made and started and finished a virus shawl, which was a gift for a friend. So yeah, I'm sort of just getting into it, and I don't sit there and just crochet until the cows come home. I just pick it up when I want to. The only one that I'm probably going to work on consistently is this sunny top that I've started, because I think that it'll be very quick once I get going, and it won't take me too long to get it done, and I'll probably get 2 done, like this year in winter. So yeah, but I'm only sort of doing it every now and again, and I've got to get back into the routine of getting up early and all the rest of it, because the last couple of weeks I haven't been getting up early. But if your body needs to rest, it needs to rest, right? Addie's also here. Hello, Addie. Welcome on in. Paula's also here as well. Hello, darling. How are you? Are you still sprinting? You're sprinting for Read Your Library, right? That let me know. Yeah, so basically Paula's also a Maker's Quest host as well, and they do a sprint every week, so you could go and check Paula out. So make sure you subscribe, and then you'll get some crafty stuff done. We've got Lost in Yarn is here. Hello, welcome on in. I've pulled out my crochet. I'm doing a hexagon cardigan while I'm babysitting my grandson today. Nice. Well, hopefully we can keep you a little bit company as well. And Paula is crocheting a wisteria garland today. Yes, I would like to do that, but I think I'm going to wait. I would like to have that. I love wisterias. They're absolutely gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous. One of my favorite flowers. My favorite flower is a daisy. I love daisies. I have a cross-stitch piece that has just nothing but daisies in it. It's so cute. And I've got a design that I've done too that has daisies, but I have not finished designing that yet for cross stitch. It's a little bit more intense, a lot more color swapping and all that sort of stuff. But nonetheless, it's quite bright, that light. Let's just tone that down a little bit, shall we? I think I must have bumped it and put it up one too far. But yeah, that looks really cute. Hey, Faye, how are you? Working on, not sure yet. Too many whips. That's fair enough. That is fair enough. Picking the colors is one of my favorite parts of doing the mandala style blankets, as long as you have coherent color story in mind. Yes. They adapt to just about any color. Yeah, I have, like, I've got the blue one. I don't know where I put that. I think it might actually be in my Kindle. I hate the app. It is so hard to get it to go back to your library on your phone. It's so annoying. So annoying. Thank you. But I'm pretty sure that I have on my, I do have it on my blankie. Uh, um, maybe I don't. I can't remember where I bought it from. I think I might have got it from Etsy, actually. Let me just have a look in my Etsy. Go to my purchases. Let me just have a look. No, I don't think I got it on. Maybe it was Ravelry. I can't remember. But anyway, I did get this Mandela blanket, and it's gorgeous. Like, it's absolutely gorgeous. I can't find it. I don't know where I've put it, but I do know I have it. It's probably on my computer or something. I can't remember where. I thought I got it on. I could have sworn I got it on. Oh, there it is. There. That's the style that I got. I thought I got it on Etsy, but I must have got it off Ravelry. So that's the style I got. So I am going to do that in like creams and burnt oranges and varying shades of brown and all that sort of stuff. That is pretty much what attracted me to it, that color scheme. And I do love that color scheme, and I will probably do one in that color scheme and give it to Brendan. But as far as I think that I would like to have like some, olive greens in it, and all that sort of stuff. So I've just got to sit down. I did do it at one stage knowing what I would do, but I think for me, because I do have a lot of like green, I was also going to do it for the library as well. So that's why I went with the earth tones. I think that the burnt orange is going to be all the light blue, the cream will be the white, and then the dark blue will probably be there's a couple of spots there. I don't know. I'm thinking, actually, I think the dark blue will be the orange, and then the light blue will be the green. I do like this one. This is a black and gray and white one. Very nice as well. So, yeah, so that's the one that I have. The purple is really pretty too. There's a purple one here. I just brought up images of it, although she's not holding it very well, but the purple's quite nice as well. Very stunning. So yeah, so the blue one is the one that attracted me, and that's the one I purchased. That's what made me purchase it. So I'm just trying to find an earth tone one. But I can't see one here, which is interesting. That, so I don't want it to be bright as such. Here's probably the closest. So that's what I was sort of thinking, like the brown where the light blue was, the orange where the light blue was, where the dark blue was, and then the cream. Because I like that. Like, that's a different pattern, but I do like that color scheme there with the brown. So yeah, so that's what I thought that I'd do for that. But as I said, I haven't got the because I want to go in and have enough money to get everything that I need for it, so I don't run into the situation where I run out of yarn and I don't have enough, right? Hey Christina, welcome on in. Thank you for being here. Now, if you are new here and you want to join along with the Maker's Quest, these are all the things that you need to know that are coming. These are playlists, sprints that are coming up, the Discord, and all that sort of stuff, where we're building a crafting community for everybody to come and join and have some fun, and join us each week for sprints and everything. We also have individual videos, co-host videos, playlists, all that sort of stuff. So all of these links that are popping up on the screen, these are all places that you should go and check. And of course, BookTube Mama takes care of us all by reminding us to feed ourselves, because we could get caught up in our craft. Check the laundry, because we put the laundry on and never hang it out. Take our meds, because inevitably we will forget to do that. Get up every now and again and stretch. Show some love to the like button by giving me a thumbs up, and also make sure that you sub and ring the bell to all notifications, and then that way you won't miss out on any future crafting sessions and whatnot. And of course, we do have lots of different things going on all over the place. Yes, Paula is sprinting Read Your Library right now on a chatty bit right now. Yeah, I thought she might have been on that, because Paula generally comments what she's doing, but obviously it got a bit sidetracked with Chatty Bits. It's Deb from Frog Cottage Designs. How come you've changed your name? Lost in Yarn. You crocheting now too? Gone away from cross stitch. So Deb is a long-term cross stitching friend and designer, and lives in Australia as well. And we've known each other for a number of years now, haven't we, Deb? Haven't officially met in person, but we have messaged many, many times. We have hung out together. We even worked together on Down the Rabbit Hole magazine, which is no longer a magazine anymore. I have retired that. It was a lot of fun. We had a lot of fun with it and whatnot. So, yeah. The bar cart is still being worked on. Fresh ice order. Still waiting, on the fresh ice order, but the bar is stocked for the Cookie Mayhem Sprint Choo Choo. Awesome. Thank you. We have a massive readathon coming up over on Dusty Book Sniffers. That is also me as well. But across 20 plus other channels for the month of May. So, yeah, there will be a lot going on in May. The blanket I'm working on now is a Stash Buster, and my colors were picked with a particular Renaissance painting in mind. Ooh. My painting inspiration was Raphael's School of Athens painting, by the way. Oh, I think I know that one. Let me just bring it up. Oh, I didn't want to go to Shein. God, I hate it when you get a notification when you're searching for something and you accidentally click on it and you end up in another app and not where you are. School of Athens painting. Okay. Ooh, nice color scheme. Nice. Ooh, I like that, Jamie. Very nice. That's going to be a nice color scheme. Yes, a new channel, separate from Frog Cottage, addicted to amigurumi. I can never say that. Awesome. That's exciting. By the way, I have a question. Well, a question I have has been asked a few times today. We'll send you a message on Facebook when you get a sec. Yeah, send it through. If it's about the spreadsheet, there's just a bit of an issue with the spreadsheet, so it'll be released as soon as I can release it on that. So I'm hoping for today. So Coda is working on that at the moment. So obviously you all asked questions while I was sleeping and I haven't had a chance to have a look. Okay, would it be... Oh, okay. I will look at that. Sorry, I didn't even see this. Why am I not getting notifications? Okay, I can see all the questions there. Chat, journal, inspirator, content warnings is twice. I've got that sorted. Would it be possible to get the TBR wrap-up and bingo board in portrait size? 180 by 350. Yes. Can you answer that? Can you answer that for me, Christina? Just say, yeah, give me, I'll do it tomorrow. I've been answering the questions channel the best I can. I hope I haven't got anything wrong. Did you want them having access to post in the announcements? No, Vanessa was supposed to fix that for me. No, you're not getting the spreadsheet just yet. Can you answer Anna and tell her no, not yet? It's still working on it. Announcements. Check this out. Oh, hi. The link is invalid. What? Go straight to the thing. I don't know what that is. It's going straight to the ask questions here. No, there won't be a form to fill out this year. Don't care. Is there a minimum number of pages of the book that must be counted? Some of my Kindle stuff. No, that can be anything. That's correct. Tell Crystal that's correct. Okay, I see. I, for some reason, am not getting any notifications from Discord. I thought that was weird. I will get in there at some stage today and I will answer all of those questions. But the ones that the ones that I have asked, the spreadsheet, yeah, we're still working on that, and Anna doesn't need to worry because Anna's already given me her times. But don't say that. Say that privately to Anna. So yeah, I've already sorted Anna out, so she doesn't have to worry. All right. Anyway, that's all. Sorry, we just had to do a quick admin on the other page. All right, so we are going to do hopefully 3-hour amigurumi. Thank you. Thank you so much. Yeah, so if you can go, oh, that's gonna hurt if I get stabbed with that in my lap. So yeah, if you can go in and answer those, Christina, that would be fantastic because I can't exactly do it here on that. I will because I'd rather do it on the computer because it's quicker and easier for me to type than on my phone. Yeah, I can answer some of the questions and everything, but yeah, I'd like to get some cross stitch done. All right, let us change the camera. So I'm just going to turn my camera off for a minute and I'm going to move it. Okay, cool. Yeah, so she knows. Yeah, so yeah. She should know that. I had a conversation with her about it and that. So yeah, anyway, I'm going to turn my camera off and then let me just do that and I'm going to move it and I'll be back in just a second. You'll still be able to hear me and all the things. I'm going to keep the camera in this position until the end of the sprint because it's just easier that way than moving it and whatnot. So yeah. Yeah, I'll have to go in and check out what's going on with my Discord because that should not be. I should be getting notifications for that. So I don't know. It went a bit hinky after I did a verification. So who knows what's going on there? That because I had to do a verification for coders, and I still can't prove my age, so I can't get into his readathon one. So I don't know what they want from me, but anyway. All right, let's turn the camera back on. Make sure I've got it the right way. On that. So yeah, so this is where we're at. Let me just move all the floss. Okay, so this is what I got done. I done this part of the border last week. I got this done, this little motif, and I'm starting to work on that one. So just so you can see where we're at, this is where I'm working on. So I want to get that done at least today on that, and maybe some of the branches that the bird is standing on, and then I will be ready to move on to this little motif here and the house. And on page 1 it's got the bird, the chimney, and then underneath this second window is what I'll be doing. All right, so hopefully you can see that okay. Let me just get back to where I was. Let us get the timer ready to start, and I've got my little pen. All right, so I can mark things off, and I'm just going to move that down a little bit and just make sure that I've got it at the right angle for my arm to get under there. Yeah, I think I do. Maybe up just a touch. There we go. All right, and I'm not going to bump. No, I won't bump the camera. Wow, look at that. So I changed it out of the hoop and into the Q-snap. So yeah, I know, right? Coders Discord made me do all kinds of things, and I wasn't there for like a year. Yeah, fully on that. And I've had all sorts of things go wrong with everything, and I'm like, I had no idea. It was fine the whole time until he changed things. Yeah. So, I know, right? It's like, damn it, what'd you change everything for? So yeah, but anyway, I am going to start the timer. We're going to go for an hour. I am going to quickly duck off and go to the toilet before I do any stitching, though, because I just realized I need to go to the toilet. And then I'll come back and start stitching. All right, so let me just get the banner on. So we are going to mute our mics, and basically that means that you won't hear any sound, but we will be back when the timer is stopped. And yeah, all right, let's start the timer, and I'll see you all in an hour. Okay, we are back. As you've seen, I had to unpick or frog out some. So, yeah, I had miscounted somewhere on that, but I think it's right now. It was over here that I miscounted. So, anyway, everything else is in right. So, it's right up here. I counted down and then I counted around, and it's fine from that point there. So, I'm in the right position. That it's just over here. I had done something wrong. So, anyway, I am back on track now. So otherwise I would have had that finished. So yeah, so I unpicked, counted where I needed to, and then I've got it sorted now. So it's all good. Sorted out the Discord. I don't know if I'm getting notifications or not still, but I have set alarms on my phone to check it morning, noon, and night. I can't be on it like 24/7, obviously, for obvious reasons. So yeah, so hopefully, I fixed the situation. I couldn't see that it was muted or anything anywhere. So I'm not entirely sure what went on. So yeah. What link has Yeah, see, I didn't get that notification. Someone just tagged me and I still didn't get it. Hopefully they'll give me, because the link to the announcement video is saying that it works, and then I click on all of the other links as well, and that all seems to be working as well. So I can't work out what link they're talking about. That it's in the announcements, and that people shouldn't be able to fucking comment there either. Sorry, my language is just annoying me. I've set that up so they can't. Discord. Anyway, yeah. So I made a bit of a boo boo. I've now fixed the boo boo, and I can stitch on. So yeah, Christina was saying that can't get Discord on my phone now. I know. I don't know what happened when I verified, but everything has gone hinky in there. So I'm not entirely sure what's going on with that. But anyway, says the link has expired. For what? Invalid invite. Oh, maybe for are they talking about the event? Okay, the event. All right, I'll just bloody delete that out. That'll fix it. Problem solved. All right, just let me delete that. Let me just put that. Okay, that makes sense. All right. I don't know what that's about, but anyway. Let me just delete that out, and then that'll stop all the crying. Yes, delete it. There we go. Problem solved. Awesome. All right. Krista's here. Hello. Welcome on in. Thank you for being here. Finished a round on my blanket and got halfway through chapter 4 in my book. I actually don't know. I don't know where I got up to in my book because I was listening to that as well. I think I'm at chapter 3 I got up to, so that's not too bad. It's funny, like just some of the things that this girl's saying, like so many of my Italian friends went through that. The mothers, man, they have passive aggressiveness down. And there's a comment, there's a line in here where she says, Anglo, like the mother and the daughter are going back at like talking to one another. And so basically the Italian mothers, I don't know if it's the same everywhere else, but here in Australia, the Italian mothers and nonnas can be quite harsh. and like they just give you a full-on reality check, right? Like it's like, you know, you've got divorced, you should have moved on by now, you should have been having babies, rah, 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 and all this sort of stuff. So this is what this character's copying. But then she turns around and she goes, Anglos would call this emotional abuse. We just call it a Saturday afternoon. I'm like, it's so true. It's so true. Oh, like, because like you're like, oh, that was harsh, and that, but you know, they just deal with it. So yeah. And yeah, so anyway, it's just like I just had a little bit of a chuckle to myself. It's gonna be, I think it's gonna be fun. And she's just hooked up with her, she's just ran into her friend from her 20s. So she's now in her 40s. So she's 42, I believe. And so she's just run into her friend from her 20s who traveled to Italy together. And I believe they traveled together. I think that's what she said. And yeah, and so she's been having these flashbacks to when she was in Italy, and like even just referring to like old boyfriends and stuff, definitely a mistake I'd make again, and stuff like that. So there's just, it's going to be very humorous. I think I'm going to enjoy it for the most part. So yeah, we'll see where we end up. I'm only into chapter 3, so yeah. Made cookies and cream cookies from the box, so nothing productive. That's still productive. So yeah. I would just blame everything on GST. It's easier to have a scapegoat. True. I have not done the verification thing because Discord works for me everywhere but 2 servers I've joined lately require it. Yeah, I did the verification thing, but I've also got to do like a 2-thing verification on that. And that's, I think, is what's happened. It seems to have muted all of my servers, even though when I go in there, it says it's not muted. So that would explain why I'm not getting stuff on that. So I'm going to have to go into deep settings and see what's going on. But I might just check it on the computer because I can't see where to go on the phone. And I spent the first 20 minutes of that sprint trying to sort that out. So, but yeah, I'm not getting notifications, unfortunately. So I don't know why. I can't work out why. So yeah. Anyway, I just replying to someone now. Deleted it. So you can all stop freaking out now. Well, it's just a link, guys. And yeah. So yeah, anyway, you know, it'll all be sorted by the time the readathon rolls around. We've still got 3 days yet, so today, tomorrow, and yeah. But yeah, I've got to do an age verification, and Coda and I, like, it's supposed to be able to like see my face and all that sort of stuff, and it keeps saying like my face was within the thing, it moved on to the next section, and then it'd go, we can't verify your age. And I don't feel comfortable putting my license details. Like I have no problem with my face because everybody sees my face, but I have a problem putting my actual identity into Discord on that because like I'm with anything, I'm reluctant to put my details into things. So we'll just end up having to wait and see what happens. So yeah, but anyway. The timer is going to go off in just a second from our chatty bit. We're going to be super productive today, and we're just going to follow and let the clock dictate to us. We're at the end of the comments anyway, so it's all good. Let the clock dictate to us of what we're going to do. I don't know. Does anybody else feel like that? About, you know, adding your actual, you know, government issued ID into things? Because I actually go by a different name online. I don't actually go by my my name that I use. And so yeah, so I'm a bit reluctant to do that, but you know, if I'm part of a readathon, I kind of have to, I think. Christy's just joined us as well, just in time. I'm going to mute the stream, and we're going to get stuck back into it. So welcome on in, Christy. Let us know what you're working on. Working on updating my reading journal and perhaps then some knitting. Nice. So yeah, all right. We're going to mute the mic and we'll be back in an hour. Happy crafting, everyone. Oh, hello. We're back. Let me just get rid of that banner. How did everybody go during that sprint? No matter what I did, that N is going to be off center. And I'm like, damn it. I should have made it bigger. So I think what I'm going to do is add another bit on here. Come across one. And then it'll have two there. And then I'm going to end up having to take that center piece out, add an extra stitch here. Then that's going to move that one over by one. And then add a little cross over here. And then it should even it up. So, yeah. Yeah. But that'll fix it. It'll sort of set it up. Because what it'll do, because right now it looks like it's off center because of this top one. So I reckon if I move, it's not going to affect anything else. So I can just redesign it, make the end a little bit fatter. And basically all that means is that this section here will get moved over by one, and then we'll add an extra stitch, which will then balance that bottom bit out, that little bit extra fatness. That's all I really can do at this moment, I think, because that motif itself, I have counted it multiple times, and it's in the, like, everything's in the right place. So yeah, anyway, I don't know. And I checked to make sure that I haven't made any mistakes. This one here is how this one is, and then this one is, I double checked that. So this actually this is different to these motifs. And I think that's what's throwing that whole thing off. But I feel like it is perfectly right how it's supposed to be. Like, and this one is how it's supposed to be as well. So is this one, so is this one. But this is a different shape. So I'm going to leave it on that. Probably won't notice it. If it, worst case scenario is I'll rip that motif out if it's, because it is actually bugging me a bit. But can you see how the other ones are a little bit different? So yeah, I don't know why it is like that. And I've looked at the chart like several times. I'm like, yep, that's pretty much how it's supposed to be. And so I don't know what has gone on there, but it's definitely different. It wouldn't be so bad if that had been on the top and then the bottom three were like these three. Like if it was rotated, it'd probably look a bit better. But anyway, it is what it is. I'm just following the chart at the moment. But the N, I think that's the best way to fix it, because then it's just going to bring it across one, and then it's going to balance itself out. I think, yeah, if I bring it across, yeah, and then add an extra one, yeah, it'll balance it out. It might be still a little bit squiff, but it should balance it out. Anyway, I don't know. Like, when I look at it, everything is lined up properly and all that sort of stuff. And I'm just like, I've counted it, I've looked at it, I've counted it again, and it's still just a bit weird. So anyway, I thought, yeah, I'm just going to move on that, and I'm going to move on down here. So I've come down to the bird, and I've started to get the tree/flowers. I don't know what it is. It's just, yeah. Anyway, that's what I've done. All right, let's have a look. So Christy came in just as we went to a sprint. So hey, Christy, how you going? How's your journaling going? And hopefully you're moving on to some knitting. I like minimizing how much info in my social media sites gets access to. Discord has as much info that I'm going to give right now, no matter who servers I can't fully use as a result. Yeah, that's the same. Like I'm gonna, like, it's just not like I've got my info in there, my phone and all that sort of stuff, but I just don't feel comfortable, and I'm just gonna have to say to Coda, I'm sorry, I just don't feel comfortable putting that information in. Just like he doesn't feel comfortable about having a TikTok because of the American policies that have come to light and all that sort of stuff about tracking and everything. But, you know, like if I can limit the amount of my actual, because my name is Nicole, but my last name is not Reed. So yeah, I actually have a different, if you're on Facebook, you know what it is. But yeah, so like, because on Facebook I have to, like, if your page gets flagged, you actually have to get your Facebook back, you actually have to give your information, which I didn't like, but still, you know, there's one that I'll just, yeah. But yeah, Discord, I don't know, I just feel like it's just not a safe environment. I don't know. I don't know, just get an uneasy feeling from it. So I'm just going to stick with my gut feeling. Deb had to run. So have a good day, Deb. Hopefully you remember next week. I'll send you a message if you want, hun, if you come back and watch this. My friend Gail couldn't make it today. She's helping her partner pack for Darwin. But she's going to catch the replay. So there might be some comments and stuff then. Finished another chapter of my book and 2 to 3 rounds of my blanket. Nice. I have got, I don't know how much percentage. I'll go in and have a look. Let me just bear with me for a minute because I have been listening to my book. It's been funny. I'm at 35%. So that's not too bad. And yeah, it's actually been quite funny. Just little different things. She's definitely having a midlife crisis, right? And I think her mother is like spurring it on a little bit. So yeah, it's quite hilarious. I've decided, excuse me, I've decided Jonathan Franzen just can't write non-psychotic female characters. Even the normal ones are certifiable. Well, you know. Thanks, Christina. I appreciate it. That I'm a little ticked off at this. Like, I hate it when I've got to keep constantly counting things. That, like, if it was the A, it would have went in there fine, you know, because I've got the chart for that. But when you've got to try and find the center and all that sort of stuff, and I suck at it. We'll just call it that, right? I suck at it. Yeah. Yeah. I think this is I think at this point my first and last name are the only on Facebook. And when Facebook loses enough popularity, then not to continue on, then I'll reluctantly give other sites my last name. Yeah, I just don't need the I don't want to take the risk of identity theft. I've got far too much to lose. If that's the case, you know. So yeah, it's like, nope. I just, and you know, I did try to do it. To be fair, I did try to do it, but it kept rejecting it. So I'm like, well, fine. Obviously, you don't want me to prove my age because Coda's Gay Shit Readathon is an 18+ server. So if I can't be in it, I can't be in it. That it's just, yeah, it'll just, which is a bit annoying because I'd really like to be in it, but yeah, unless I can do it by facial recognition, I don't feel like I want to put my information in there. So on that, but you know, that could change too. That just depends and whatnot. But yeah, I'm pretty happy with the progress I'm making today. So what time is it? Oh wow, we've still got another 2 hours yet. So we might end up getting another hour and 45 minutes into our crafting because we're doing pretty good. Because I finish at 2. I don't think there's anybody after me, so I could probably do an extra bit, but I do have to finish at least by 2:30. So yeah, but if we're following the timer today, so we'll definitely go straight into a sprint in a moment. Yeah, so and then I can continue on and get a bit more done. But I am pretty happy with the progress that I've made because I didn't work on this anymore after last week. And I probably won't get a chance to work on this anymore this week because, you know, the readathon starts on Friday and then, yeah. And so it's going to be a bit hectic over the next few days. I was in the workshop last night. My nails are really dirty. I'm going to have to go and soak them, I think. Get them clean again. Christina says, I sort of made a mug rug, just not sure I'm liking it. May have to frog it. Bugger. I'm assuming it's crochet you're talking about, or is it knitting? So yeah, sorry. You can actually see, I don't know how. Anyway, you can't really make out what it is. So if I keep it that way, you sort of can't make out where it's going to go. So yeah. Sorry, I'm just talking about the chart. We try not to get them on camera, but sometimes it's just a little bit difficult. Is she directly after me? Like, am I backing onto her? I haven't looked at the spreadsheet. I had to get stuff done before I sat down today. And of course I didn't get up as early as I wanted to. Eastern. Oh, so that's later on tonight for me. Yeah, that's cool. It's crochet. It's supposed to be a rainbow theme, but I'm not sure it's rainbow enough. That's fair. Just sing the song to yourself. All right, let's mute the mics, and I'll see you all in an hour. Hello, we are back. How did everybody go during that sprint? I got a bit more done. I had to unpick because I miscounted, but everything's in the right place now. But it's coming together. And more I think about that, and I am going to do what I said I was going to do. So I'll just create a little bit. Let's take this one out. I shouldn't have to pull the whole N out, but I should be fine with that. So yeah. Yeah, I think the more I think about it, the more it will balance it. So yeah, so I just thought I'll just continue on. I can always come back to that at a later date. So yeah, I know that it's off center and that it was just, yeah, it wasn't working in its current form. So yeah, I just figured, I need to just move it across one. So yeah. But as you can see, I am starting to get these done pretty quickly. So I am almost, I'm about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 crosses from the bottom of page 1. So I didn't put it, I need to move this again. So I'm just going to work on everything that I can work on, and then like the house and all that sort of stuff, because I'll be able to move this across, and then I'll just be yeah, I think next week what I might do is just move this a little bit further, and then I at least be able to get to the bottom of page 1. And I think it just continues on to page 2. I think we've got 3 or 4 across. Yeah. Yeah, we've got 4 that are already covered. So technically I'm probably already, I'm a 1 stitch away from the bottom of page 1, because there's an overlap. So see, these stitches are already stitched when it's grayed out like that. So yeah, but it's coming together. Yeah, I'm obviously not going to get page 1 finished in this sprint, but yeah, because let me just have a look at that again. If I've only got 5, I might be able to get 1 more cross in. Yeah, so that's the bottom of page 1 there. So if I get 1 more cross in, I will be covered, I believe. So yeah. But anyway, I will do my best just to keep working across and all that sort of stuff. But it is coming up. That end has just pissed me off a bit. But, you know, it is what it is. All right. I am a bit hungry, but we are going to go on to our last sprint when the timer goes off. But I won't do an hour. I'll just do 45 minutes and then come back and wrap up. I think I might do 40 minutes and come back and wrap up. So, yeah. It is getting late for a lot of people. Let's have a look and see who joined us. Lachette is starting in 13 hours. That was an hour ago, so 12 hours from now. Jean joined us. Hello, Jean. How are you? Got to work on homework. Got to write a poem, but I don't want to. I don't blame you. I wouldn't want to either. I'm turned my book off with a couple of minutes to spare, just to give my ears a break, because they're starting to hurt a little bit from having the. So I don't know where I put my overhead earphones on that, so I'm just actually using my earbuds, which I don't tend to do very often, because they actually make my ears sore after using them, and I've used them for a few hours. So I might swap ears and use my left one for a little while. But I am at 62%. So I'll make a decent go of it in the next one. Another 45 minutes off. That'll probably put me at 75%. I should finish this tonight on that. So yeah. It's funny. It's funny. Like, she's definitely have it. There's funny moments in it, and a little bit of like, this guy she's hooked up with in the book is from her past. Like, she had a relationship and he ghosted her when she was younger. Anyway, she's going for a second round, with this guy, and I don't know, there's some red flags there. Like, he sent a message saying, I miss you. And I think her friend's on the mark, because her friend Daria says, like, he is just going to want to lock you down because he's 42, he's got no kids, his family would be pressuring him. And if you know Italian families, that, or even Greek families, that they, yeah, big deal, right? And so, yeah, so she's like, he's going to try and lock you down and all that sort of stuff. And he's done exactly what she said. Like, it's like, he sent a message, oh, I'm going to miss you, I miss you, and all this sort of stuff. And she didn't respond because her mother and auntie was there. So he turned up to her house, and then, without even talking to her, said that he was dating her. And so then the mothers went into a little bit of a frenzy and all that sort of stuff. And I'm just like, ooh, red flag right there. Lil's joined us. Hello, Lils. Welcome on in. Thank you so much. What are you working on today? Looks like you're making good progress. Yes, I am. I'm pretty happy with the progress. I did some dishes and nearly finished chapter 5 of that sprint. Nicely done. Can we see the picture of the final? Yep, there it is right there. Let me just get it off. So I am here. This is where I'm working right now, just here. So we've got a little beehive, and the little knot top of the beehive is the bottom of page 1. So I've still got the house to do, the bird, and the 20. That I've gone across here. I've done most of the alphabet. I've got to still do the numbers. Yeah, I've still got to do the numbers. So I might end up doing them next week. That move it and just get that done. I think I've done all the alphabet on the top row. I'm pretty sure I have. So yeah, or I've got as far as I think this is the edge of the page. I don't think you can see it. This is the edge of the chart. So this is this part here. And then I've got a border to do. And it's so weird because there's this border here, like this style, and then this side's different. That because they're samplers, so they're just, yeah. But I'm on this motif at the moment, so yeah, that's what it looks like. I'm at 93% of caretaker. So weird, it's so creepy. It is lovely. I do like it. It's called Humming of Bees by Blackbird Designs. So that is the front cover there, Humming of Bees. And just in case you didn't see it, this is the inspiration. This was stitched by a 9-year-old girl. So the whole thing, like if you don't know what samplers were in aid of, basically it was a way for a woman or a young girl to stitch out, because most women went into some sort of stitching, right? So it was almost like a resume, in many ways, that they would use to show their ability and stuff like that. But there's been a movement in recent years where they find these vintage samplers. This particular one that it's the one I'm doing has taken inspiration from that one I showed you. And it's over 100, well, it was 183 years old in 2022. It's obviously 4 years later, 187. A lot of people go and buy them and then do inspiration, or they do a reproduction sampler. There's Hands Across the Sea. I've got a couple of reproductions. Hands Across the Sea do reproductions. So they purchase it. They're actually in England. They purchase them. Then they basically re-stitch them. And a lot of the time they can't tell what the thread color is and all the rest of it, so they disassemble them, or because they've been framed or whatever the case may be, and then they can tell what the floss color is on the back. They use silks and stuff like that. So I do have one that I have not started. Have I started? I think I may have started it, but I haven't worked on it for a while. I have many cross stitch whips, but I thought I'll work on this one for a little while because it was out and it was easily accessible. So I'm going to work on this one for a little bit. I would like to get page 1 finished. I would like to get page 1 finished before I move on to something else, but I may end up just getting the top half done. We'll see how we go. Lils is attaching granny squares for a blanket using granny stitch to join. Nice. Nice info. Lovely project. I can understand why you used to teach. Yes. Like a bit. Let me just go over to Focus and just change the timer to 45 minutes. I might just change it to 40. And current segment, and we'll start that timer in just a minute. Yeah, I used to do a lot of teaching online and all that sort of stuff, but I got a little bit burnt out from it. And yeah, I still, like if I have information about things, I'd really like to pass that on. But yeah, this is like it's really surprising. Like there's been a couple that I've got. As I said, hands across. This is Blackbird Designs, and this is the one that they have, and you can see there that it was stitched in 1839. So one of the things that you will see in samplers are these what they call spot motifs. Okay, these are spot motifs. This has also got a house that was quite common. So they've pretty much taken that house and put it onto the new design. Let me just see. I'll open it up so you can see both at the time. So there's the house. Okay, so there's the house in this one. The trees are a bit different. The baskets might be a bit the same. They would use varying different stitches in them, mostly cross stitches, but they would maybe do little eyelets or Smyrna crosses or stuff like that. So it was just a way for them to display their work, and as I said, it's almost like a resume. Now there are ones that you see that are just in red and white. They're called Bristol. They're Bristol samplers, and most of them, if you see it in red and on a fabric, so red stitching only, most of them were from orphan girls. And they used to have classes where that's what they would do. They would sit in class and do stitches and stuff like that in the orphanages and whatnot. And it was a way that when they left, they would have work. Now and they usually always have some sort of biblical saying on it. And they usually, so it was Elizabeth Nunn. She was from Walshman and she was age 9. So whenever they stitch anything, they usually put that on there. Not necessarily where you're from, but definitely your name and the age or the year is another one that they do as well. So, but it's absolutely stunning. Absolutely stunning. So the border in the new one, this is the border that they've used in the new one. And so you can see that there. That's it there. So they've taken the house, a couple of the baskets, and a couple of the birds, and that border, and everything else is pretty much the design of Blackbird Design. So this is a new type style of border and all that sort of stuff. And samplers sometimes did that. They would have 2 or 3 different borders and stuff like that. So yeah, so that's what they generally did. All right, let me just have a look. I just got the unchild in to bed. Stomach is not doing much better, but trying to stick it out so I can get a few things done before bed. You and me both, Christina. My gut has been churning for the last 2 days. Like it does not feel good at all. Like, but just pushing through because like I don't want it to knock me down. I've got too much to do. Yeah, I feel better, Christina. All right, with that, we're going to go into our next sprint. So let me start the timer and I'll see you all in 40 minutes. All right, we are back. I got a little bit more of the border done. I've actually misplaced my glasses. There they are, because I can't read anything without them. So I finished off the border, which I can just move up. So I've got it down as far as I can go for the border. I got the flowers on, and then I thought I'd get that motif done. And then I've only got, I've got to do some more stitching in this color before I can do the other flowers. So I can do one flower down here, but I'm pretty close to it. So I'm just going to wait until I move it. But we've done all right today. Yeah. I have got up to, in my book, let me just have a look what I got up to. I got up to 81% on that. I'm probably going to finish the rest of it off a bit later on that. So yeah, it's a fun little story. It's a good one to listen to while I'm crafting, because it doesn't have a lot of world building. It doesn't have a lot of characters to keep track of or anything. It's just basically we're following one main female character, and just her trying to navigate her life and all that sort of stuff. Her mother's just done an about face on the whole, giving her a hard time and all that sort of stuff. And so anyway, I'm like, oh, that's odd. But anyway, I think that I have done quite enough for today. I don't know if I'll put any more in. I might if I listen to my book tonight, depending how cold it is. I am definitely going to fix that. I'll probably have that fixed before next week, hopefully, with any luck. And yeah, not impressed. But anyway, that was my... I mean, there's no way without making that end bigger, a little bit more wider, it's going to fit in there in the center on that, because it didn't matter which way I counted, I was going to be off on that. So when all else fails, just create your own, right? So that's what I've done essentially on that. But yeah, I'm pretty happy. I can do some of this across here tomorrow, and next time as well, so I can finish off some of that border. And then because I'm up to the next page, because this is page 2, so I can do some of that if I want to, but I think what I'll do is just come down and start doing the house and get down as far as I can. I might move it slightly just so I can get to the bottom of the page. So yeah, I think that's maybe what I'll do on that. We'll see how we go. I might move it before today, because I'd like to have it so I can finish the page. So if I bring the Q snap down to here, it would give me enough room to finish it off. And then I know that it's done. Although I could do the numbers and everything, but that's all page 2 as well. So I'll just wait until I'm on page 2. But it's coming together. I'm actually quite surprised how much I've got done in this last... Which way? This way? No, this way. How much I've actually got done. Just in the couple of sessions, in the 2 days. So if I keep at this, yeah, I might work on this during May and then switch something out for June. That might work, and maybe get a little bit done. Now that it's on the Q snap, it'll be easier. I can set up my lounge room frame, and I could just move it into the lounge room because it's portable. So yeah. All right. Thanks, Chris, from Christina. Finished the caretaker and heading off to bed. Not sure what I'm going to rate it, but one more arc done. Woohoo. Awesome. I made progress. As Jamie says in my book, these female characters are still crazy, and all men are suspiciously sane. Not a 5-star. Also making more coffee. Yeah, I'm about to make a coffee as well. And I finished another round on my blanket. Nice. Yeah, so that is it for today. Normally we go to, I was going to be going to 3 o'clock, but the chair that I'm sitting in doesn't warrant a very long time, and people start to go off to bed around this time anyway, because most of my audience is in America. So yeah, but 5 hours, we had 3-4 sprints, so that's not too bad. And so I will be back next Thursday. Okay, not Thursday coming, the Thursday after. Jamie says, debating which to start next. Jane Smiley, Miko Karakamari, anyway, that person, Kamani, or Tari Jones. They're all really good authors. Maybe just put them on a spinny wheel. See what happens. I joined 4 squares, about to join the 5th. They are big squares. Nice. I'm going to be doing some granny squares with the coloured yarn that I've got here. And I said to Savannah that I'll probably do like 12-inch ones. So yeah. And then I'll join them together and send it down to Mia. But I'd just like to say thank you, everybody, for joining me today. I really do appreciate it. As you can see, we'll be back at 9 a.m. Australian Eastern Standard Time next Thursday. Should be next Thursday. Not this Thursday. I've got Patreon sprints this Thursday. So for reset sprints. So yeah, I have to now go and make myself a copy and work on my TBR, work out what I'm going to read for my TBR, collect all of the covers and everything for my TBR. So yeah. All right. No worries, Christina. Thank you so much. Remember to do all the things that are in this post, and yeah. And that way you'll remain healthy. Mia's good. She came up for the weekend a couple of weekends ago. She was good. That bloody tall, but good. This is a Craft With Me Live Makers Quest 2026 Crafting and Productivity Sprints playlist. Basically, if you follow along with this, you will never miss a crafty session. So make sure you get onto that. And no worries, hey, make good progress on my knitted shawl. Nicely done. And my next crafty sprints, there they are. So make sure that you join us next week for another crafty session, and that way we can get some more of these crafts done that we need to get done. And of course, I really appreciate everybody being here. I will see you all again next week. If you want more content from me, be sure to head over to Dusty Book Sniffers, where we do bookish content. We'd love to have you over there. Check out our latest readathon that is happening. And of course, remember, stay safe, and yeah, be happy with your crafting, and I'll see you all in the next video. Bye for now. See ya.